What is up, my diggers? Max Anger, blah, blah, blah. Let's get back to it. This is the third fucking one I'm doing today, so. We're just gonna dive into it. Body's all dealt with, except for the boots. Can we get the boots?
The man is decomposing visibly now. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Oh. Maybe this'll do it.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
Yes, my hostel room calls.
We can pick up where we left off tomorrow morning.
And now we do all the late night shit.
Can I help you? Another thing. Yes?
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night,
Just
Lieutenant.
a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Sure.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
I didn't know you smoked.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Cigarette's a great idea. I think I'll have one too.
You're cold, detective. Again, I only have exactly one every night.
Below, the city trembles.
There we go. How'd you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can, but we have some leads we can follow up on. Then you shot the body down, which was quite the shot.
Damn straight, I'm a sharpshooting cop.
On this occasion, I must agree. At any rate, your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. Moreover, you found that the hanged man wasn't just hanged, he was also shot. That was some excellent detective work. And you managed to locate and pull out the bullet, so we can get ballistics, make off the gun. All this is invaluable.
Yeah, I'm a professional.
Unfortunately, the body is still decomposing in the yard. We should take care of that as soon as possible. We did perform a thorough search of the crime scene, though. That's great. Now for the interviews.
Hang on, I gotta type this out. There we go. So, somebody goes, on the one hand, accessibility is very valid, and hopefully Supergiant addresses issues with that during early access before full launch. On the other hand, OP thinks that the art people or whatever are also responsible for accessibility work for some reason, and neglected site accessibility because insert NPC buzzword boogeyman of the month here. Truly a demonstration of how game development works. Accessibility good, OP is dumb. I said I barely spent any time on that in the video, but then I don't expect people to watch all the videos, hence the notes. As for the crack about my being dumb, I know how game creation works. It's all about time commitment. None was allotted to accessibility. Nobody watched the blind mod videos people made. Nobody visited the site. Nobody gave a tinge shit about adding options, so it wasn't left to mod makers. I know Lyra, and he busted his ass getting that mod out the door, and it sucks that he's going to have to do it again, if he even wants to this time. All because the devs couldn't be asked to allot some time to actual accessibility. Christ, ask us. 99% of us will answer for free, no consultancy fee. We just want to play too. So hopefully that dumb shit will fucking get that and put that in his fucking pipe and smoke it. Anyway, that's my forte. Unlike most cops, I understand how important communication is in our line of work. Oh, yeah, I love doing interviews and people love me. They love bathing in my glory.
I hope your confidence will translate into results, officer. We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
I don't like to waste time. My mind moves fast. The rest has to try to keep up.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Thank you for the compliment. We could manage it even in wooden clogs. There are uncanny running reservoirs in this body. God knows why.
So what are our powers exactly?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Nothing there, nothing there. 1,000, why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
What else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can you be sure the arrestees show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
And if someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
What happens to people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
And who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the citizens of Revachol.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
Moral intern, what is it?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
I really don't know. That's how bad it is in here.
Okay. There are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine. But in a strict manner.
Through my towel. Just put the towel down. I'll be right back. They needed to go see if the light is off. Generally, if he rushes off, it's for a reason. I'm back. The wife got home, so I talked to her briefly. Just check all my stuff, and we'll have my dinner while we listen to Kim blather on about moral intern. I gotta shut my door, otherwise the boy will fucking be at fucking gates trying to get my food. There we are. Let the wife know I'm streaming. Check the various messages. There's another message. So, some random guy said the fact that a mod was needed in Hades 1 makes me believe Supergiant just don't see the benefit in putting resources and monies into making the game accessible to blind people. I said, and I believe there's something inherently wrong with that. Especially since the mod that made Hades 1 fully blind playable was very simple, relatively speaking. This isn't some rebuild the whole game thing. This is a nudge it over the finish line thing. There we go. Okay.
Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
For you, she is something painful, though it's hard to say why.
What do you think of him?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the moral intern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
Immigrants, liberal kips, fucking men turning into women.
Well phrased. I understand answering to foreign powers doesn't sit well with immigrant bashing, but without the EMI, we would be common vigilantes. That's just the way it is.
Maybe we should make our own law.
Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over. The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. 2 glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Night. Captain Ptolemy Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
What the people need is strong leadership that would put everyone in line.
That seems unwise to me. But it's too late for an all-out political debate.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
There's a damn door.
Yes?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
Yay, let's go exploring. Let's go do other things. Let's go get his shoes.
The man is decomposing visibly now.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
At the autopsy, you said you have ancient mysteries.
Oh yes, Kobo mi Lobo. In the gift horse's mouth. Tracts and wakes and waterways. Ancient materials buried.
But to where, brother?
Just a small gulp away. My beloved Kobo, come back late.
They won't let me take his fucking boots. Damn it! Alright, I'm gonna have to speed through this.
The man is The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Let's drag him to the Kinema.
All right. I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs. We should think about calling it a day, maybe. We can pick up.
Oh well. It's not the end of the world.
This is the door.
Just a moment.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
There we go. The guy replied, "Sure, I'd rather they look into this between big updates, at least not when they have their hands full making all art. Maybe this post will make them at least consider it." And I said, "Honestly, I'd rather they look into it at all. Look, telling me to fuck off is a valid response. It beats prison promises of I'll forward this to our team and dead-ass silence. I respect devs who tell me no, and more so when they tell me why, over devs who don't say a thing, or worse, devs who suck me off." Oh, I did spell it right. The spell checker's fucked. Let me see, what's this? Oh, they're still talking. And let me just... Damn it, stupid thing. So yeah, Edit. I'm results-oriented above all else. I want options in-game. Simple as. But I've been doing this for a decade, and the times of me being quiet and nice are long, long gone. I wouldn't be so unapologetically vulgar and angry if I didn't care so much about getting these features in. At the very least, make it easier for modders to add it later. That's literally the least they could do. I'll take anything over nothing.
Where
So let's
shall we
get this
begin?
done.
We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you. I have a cigarette.
Oh man,
You're cold.
below, the city trembles.
You mean,
Keeping that yet.
yes. I have a.
Oh, below,
You're cold.
be-
You're cold, detective.
below, the city.
God damn it.
Well, then you on this occasion. Moreover, and you managed to look the rest. We also performed a thorough search of the crime scene. All in all, I hope we didn't, above all.
I have a really good theory about why.
It's a nice shoot.
Thank you for the compliment. We could.
That the RCM's primary role. The RCM, yes, officers of the RCM. We can arrest people. You can't.
When power.
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are you have to not a good. We don't. You have to supply not a good position. The RCM, or perhaps it
Maybe
is
I
better
should
to
just
say we were be sentimental.
Or if they think
The
Maybe I should just
There are a
use-
union of center left and center. What do they believe in?
those others.
Interesting question.
Something like the dark blue.
The history.
For you, she is.
The moral intern.
It is more than that.
Yes, I did.
That's an.
But the years have changed. Do you? Well phrased. I understand answering to foreign powers doesn't sit well with immigrant bashing. Spoken like a rev.
The lights of the orphan district, the dying. This, an aerostat
They really don't. It's our fault. We run this. It's in.
night. Rows of. Thanks, kid. He thinks.
That seems unwise to me.
He is very tired.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Sorry about all these fucking delays.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The faucet is. You handle. Told you. The mirror.
Hooray, I'm even more amazing than ever. Alright. Whoops. Let's go exploring.
Kuno, the pig's getting... Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
She means it. The fear is real.
I just want to ask you some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
What are these strange words you use?
I come from the woods, Guttavitu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of here. Necromancer, pig. That shit was dark. Going in there like that. Oh, brutal shit. Tell me, Kuno dies. You're gonna pick one out of his brain like that too? Kuno's gonna go out in a hail of bullets. Gonna look like a fucking porcupine.
Porta Rosa, a side alley of the Boogie Street Spearhead. A young man in his early 20s approaches patrol officer Emile Mullins and asks for a cigarette. As Officer Mullins reaches in his coat pocket for the pack of Astra he just purchased this morning, the man shoots him point blank in his chest. Breathless, the patrol officer collapses in the gutter. His right hand is grabbing the armor on his chest. The bullet didn't pierce it, but he can't breathe. On the pavement, the patter of the perpetrator's feet growing distant. Bleed, pig. Someone opens a window and says, but Emile cannot see who. His sight grows dim with pain.
I'll be there for you, Kuno.
Yeah. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
There's some whiplash for you.
Bird 203, how Max, how are ya?
Hey, Bird. Not too bad, all things considered. How are you? His ladder is rickety but still climbable. Someone's trying to grow herbs in this greenhouse. I am being the ultimate asshole in this game. It's very satisfying.
Bird 203, I'm good.
I reviewed Hades 2. It is less accessible than Hades 1, especially if you're motor impaired. So hopefully Supergiant will...
Julia underscore Sura, hey, honey, did Chip ever get his dinner?
Yes. I did give him his dinner.
Bird 203, oh really?
Yeah, I made a video on it. Do you want me to link it? Actually, you can see it in the past videos on my Twitch, or you can see it on my YouTube. But I can link it if you want me to.
Bird 203, nay.
Okay.
Bird 203, okay.
There
Bird
you go.
203, I'll watch it.
I sent it to you on Discord. I don't know if you'll agree with everything, but I know you have, well, I think
Bird 203, thanks.
I think you have cerebral palsy. So the motor section is going to be of extreme interest to you.
Bird 203, yes.
Yeah. You and Ray, depending on if you both want to play it. Sound of melting snow dripping off the roof is
Pile of
strange.
Eternite looks stranger now that Kuno
Bird
told you
203,
about his
thanks for telling me.
pad.
No problem. I'm not saying you shouldn't get the game. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you need to be prepared. If you still want to get the game, or if any disabled person still wants to get the game, if you don't think those are going to be a problem for you, go for it. I mean, like I said at the very beginning of the review, I know I'm
Bird
going to love...
203, that's why I said thanks.
Yeah, I know I'm going to love the game. I've already played it a little bit. I played 30 minutes of it. Well, I played 15 minutes of it. I did a lot of ranting. And I know I'm going to love the game, despite its problems. But it pisses me off that it's not as accessible as the first one was. Also, fair warning, it is hard. They need to balance it better. It's difficult for me. For somebody with mobility or worse vision problems than me, it's going to be really bad because there's a lot of audio cues that are missing, which that'll get added with, you know, patches and stuff. And the aforementioned issues with controlling the game. Yeah.
Because, unless Kuno lied, you should just be able to pull the panels aside. There it is.
Bird 203,
You
hey
see
raise
a
my thing if it's
shabby
hard they need
little
more
door.
save points where you can play casually too, that helps.
Well, they've got an easy mode. If you go to the gameplay options, it's there. Hades is meant to be a hard game. So it's, you know, it's... it is what it is. Like I said, it's in the video. It's not as doom and gloom as I was afraid it would be, but it is definitely not as accessible as the first one.
Bird 203, Hades story pretty good.
Oh, yeah. And the second one is looking like it's going to be just as good. Even with Hestia looking like a mammy. And I'm not bullshitting either. She looks racially uncomfortable. And I say this as somebody who hates racism. I actively revile racism. Like, it is one of my big buttons. I fucking hate the idea of treating somebody different or profiling people based on the color of their skin. It's the dumbest shit ever. Why hate someone based on the color of their skin when, if you take the time to get to know them, you can find so many more
203, I
reasons to hate an individual. Hating somebody based on the way they look is fucking retarded. But, Hestia, the Greek goddess of the hearth, looks like a mammy, and it's really fucking uncomfortable. I mean, granted, voice acting, great. Supergiant's always been great with their voice acting, but it really doesn't match the voice. And then Hephaestus, they put him in a wheelchair and made him fat. That's what a god needs. That's a god
203,
body.
oh boy.
Right there, that's a god body is what that is. So... But in terms of gameplay, the only gameplay issue that I think you'd have aside from the controls is there is a 0.3 second delay when you dash. And it is really fucking noticeable, at least to me. But I played the shit out of the first one, so who knows. It's not a deal breaker, but it is something you have to be prepared for. A silver plate with traces of bone yellow powder.
Be still, my beating heart.
Bird 203,
It's
Max I 3, it can slow you down. My mind hates lag.
Amphetamine.
Well, you'll see it in the video. My initial reaction to it.
Sura, you also got your Hades 1 dash up to ungodly, no pun intended, speeds.
Yeah, that's true. It's an animation. If you watch the video, I actually do a bunch of dashes to kind of get used to it. There's like a third of a second of the animation where she like glows a little bit and then she dashes. It's so weird feeling. Once you're in the game, it's okay. Like when you're dodging bullets and shit, but it doesn't quite feel right. It's like wearing a shoe you're comfortable in a sock you're not comfortable in. Lick it, big style.
You run your tongue.
Bird 203, well, Max, I bet you live up to your name too. Oh boy, I bet it got to ya too.
Like a
oh
dog.
yeah.
Still, just a very faint, bitter taste. This isn't enough to get a big man anywhere.
Here, I'll send you to the Steam forum. Come here, you little bastard. There it is. I got big angry there because people were like, 50 minutes was too long to watch 2 videos. Because I included the Hades 1 blind mod as kind of an example of what can be done without changing the game. Poster says, get out of the way or get fucked up. That's actually a Fallen slogan from an aggressive youth-oriented campaign. Money. A cured pig's head. It looks mummified. Restoration pillars keep the ruins together. This doorway is going to collapse soon. The whole building is unstable. Don't run. Be careful. What? Drugs. Money.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here.
My tarpaulin!
Man down. A trooper has been left behind the enemy lines. You could swear it's more of an instinct than an actual sight. But you know, there's the RCM signature rectangle on the cloak. It's a cop's
Bird 203,
cloak.
you know Max, I love good games, but Obo Max, nowadays you can meet so many good people IRL or online if you find common ground, and just judging people because of what you said is dumb. I hope they do updates to make the controls better too.
I don't know if they'll do updates for the controls, but I'm pretty sure they'll add more sound cues. Well, I mean, the thing of it is with me, Bird, is I don't care what politics somebody has or what somebody believes. As long as you have respect, that's all I need. Because I know Tiffy and Kali and I don't necessarily agree on politics. Like, case in point, I'm voting for Trump. I know for a fact they're voting for Biden. I don't really care. They can vote for whoever they want to vote for. I live in Washington State. It doesn't matter if I vote for Trump, because Washington is going to go blue. So getting worked up over politics is completely stupid, because at the end of the day, we can't
Bird
change
203,
anything.
I don't care, eat her way.
Yeah. Well, my whole thing is, it doesn't make sense to lose friends or be, angry at somebody because of what they believe politically. Because there's nothing we can do to change anything. This is all just spitball bullshit. How would we better the world? And honestly, Tiffy and Kali and I have come to very similar conclusions, even though we're choosing to vote for different people. Which just goes to show that politics don't really matter. It's what you're trying to accomplish and how you think the best way to do it is. Just because you think it's the best way to do something, that doesn't mean you should lose a friend over it. Now, in this tribalistic world, people lose friends all the fucking time.
Bird 203, people be dumb anyway, I agree with
Yeah,
that.
exactly. But with the way I do things is, as long as everybody's respectful, I don't give a shit what you believe. I don't give a shit if you're a friggin' Nazi, and I say that as somebody who's half Jewish and fully crippled. The Nazis have had a field day with me. They would have killed me like five different ways.
Bird 203. Oh boy.
Or communist, or, you know, Satanist, or Christian, or, I mean, take your, you know, pick your poison, right? I don't care what you believe, as long as you have mutual respect. That's all I ask for. That's why my trip in prison was so easy to manage, because I was already predisposed to treat people with respect. And when you treat people with respect in prison, you generally get treated with respect in return, because generally people just want to do their time. Anyway, a cop's cloak. It's a cop's cloak.
Unaware of your existence, the cloak continues
Bird
its
203.
helpless
True.
flapping. Considering the limited police presence in Martinez, you think we might take a leap of logic and say it's yours?
You son of a gun, it's my cloak.
Nailed it.
Whee!
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Close your eyes. Let your senses take in the world around you.
Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous with the concrete pavement below. Martinez goes about its daily routine as you soar through the air. The loud voices of protesters mix with the engine sounds from the traffic jam. Waves crash against the pier, and dense, salty sea air
Bird
fills
203.
your
Max, I just
lungs.
want to leave this world a better place than I entered it. Wikoi is why I work with Tyafai and Raya and Kali too.
Yep. That's why I've been doing accessibility work for 10 years. And as vulgar and angry and hateful as I am, I only am that passionate because I care so much about getting more games into more disabled people's hands. Because I've been there when you can't play a game and it hurts. And I've been there like when you feel like there's no hope and there's no escapism and there's nothing, and it tears at it tore at my soul personally. When I was in jail, before I found a book to read, before I lost my ability to read books due to a cataract, it is mind destroying not having any kind of escapism. And when I see, like, really disabled people and they have no escapism, it just, it tears at my heartstrings.
Bird 203. I agree, Max. Did you ever watch Kamori that gave me ideas to help others too?
No, never heard of that. The thing that actually got me into it was my wife. I had gotten Civ Beyond Earth, and they had promised that there was this feature that I needed to play the game, and they cut it right before release. So I wasted my money, and I was so pissed off. And the wife's like, well, why don't you reach out to other devs and, you know, ask them and tell them what you need as a disabled gamer? And it was such a good idea that I went for it. Ha! She's playing Final Fantasy XIV. I knew as soon as she put that fucker on, that dramatic reader on, that she'd be into Final Fantasy
Bird 203.
XIV again.
You did not know Kormai Kistun Hum.
No, I'm very new to the VTubing thing. I started with Tenma, and my Oshi is Kirsha. I love that crazy bitch. She is the Alex Jones of VTubers. And she also has asthma like me, except not as bad.
Also, you should be having a drink right now. You should have a bottle of alcohol in your hand right now.
He's so on the money, Bratan. Just imagine yourself
Bird 203.
dual-wielding a
She passed
bottle
away
and
2
a
years ago.
flaming cigarette whilst airborne.
What was that about a drink? Wouldn't that ruin the moment?
Don't be ridiculous. Of course not.
Damn, you're right. Beer gushing into my face would really nail it right now.
Yeah, you'd be like the ultimate rock and roll megastar. A flying legend.
Reminder, Bird, I am playing the absolute worst person. He is a full-blown racist and everything. He is a terrible human being. But he is a hyper-competent cop.
Surah. He was so mad. He literally swore off playing any new Civ games because of that debacle. If I remember right, that was the first and only Civ game he ever fought for a refund on, and the inaccessibility of it made Steam give him a one-time exception for a refund after the initial 2-hour playtime.
No, this was before they did the 2-hour playtime. But yeah, I'd forgotten I'd gotten that refund. But yeah, as you can see, Bird, I cheated all my stats super high.
Yulia_Surah. Oh, right.
Anyway, continue the voyage through the salty air.
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize
Bird
it's been a
203.
while
You know we need
since
more
you
ways to get
felt
eye tracking
so
Toby eye
alive.
tracking to more people that can't move
Alert,
arms well.
Capable. Must be the adrenaline.
Do you use Toby? I might have some games for you if you do. Look up Monster Train, Low Magic Age, Mortal Glory 1 and 2. There's others. Anyway, Revachol.
No one hears your shouts, but it makes you feel powerful inside.
Bird
Now,
203, not me
with
yet,
your
I know of it
feet
from Komori.
firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
My buddy Brad has ALS, so he uses eye tracker. He can actually play Raid Shadow Legends. My tarpaulin!
Yulia underscore Sura, I am actually kind of annoyed with that. Apple likes to say how cutting edge they were, but somehow they couldn't get eye tracking or retinal phone scanning done during COVID. The dumbass.
Well, no. They couldn't charge enough. Collecting rainwater.
Yulia underscore Sura, fair. I forgot they don't care unless it makes money.
Yep. Hey, that's why I can't get any fucking accessibility options added to Hades 2. But Hestia can look like a mammy and fucking, Hephaestus can look like a cripple, a useless cripple. It's one thing to be in a wheelchair because you're missing a leg. It's another thing to be a big fat motherfucker in a wheelchair because you're missing a leg. It looks like he's got diabetes. He's supposed to be a Greek god. He's supposed to have the chiseled body of an Adonis. That actively pisses me off because it makes us cripples look like we're bunches of fat asses. And I worked my ass off to lose all this weight in spite of my fucking lungs. And I still have the skin. But anyone who sees me knows I put the fucking work in.
Bird 203, oh my god, that's nuts.
Google it! Google Hestia, Hades 2, and Google Hephaestus, Hades 2. It is uncomfortable.
Yulia underscore Sura, not to mention you literally cannot work as a blacksmith as a paraplegic. At least you couldn't back in those days. Bird 203, I believe it.
Oh wait, I can just show you images, hang on. There's Hestia, and...
Yulia underscore Sura, also, honey, pre-ordering the Civ X back next month ahead of its release. I want the pretty earring.
Huh? Oh, Final Fantasy XIV. It read it as Civ. There you go, Bird. Is that not uncomfortable and insulting in equal order? In fact, here you go, hon. Look! Disabled people!
Bird 203, yes. Yulia underscore Sura, she was trying to read it like Roman numerals, lol.
Ah. Oh, that's so insulting. The more I see it, the more it pisses me off. Back to my game. At least 3 packs of cigarette butts.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Wait, how hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard.
Did I do this?
Look at it. Of course it was you. You parted here.
Yeah, we did, Bratan. And from the looks of it, we had
Yulia
a hell
underscore
of a
Sura,
time.
I can at least get behind the
Hell
chariot
of a
design of the wheelchair,
time,
but fuck, that's
Bratan.
terrible.
Right? Yeah, the chariot design of the wheelchair itself is good, and the leg is good, but why? Well, we know why they made it fat. But it's insulting. It makes all of us look like that, and I've seen people who look like... My Uncle Max looked like that. And he didn't have both of his legs because he had fucking diabetes. Here, I might as well show you Hestia if you haven't seen her yet. Oh, mammy, that's uncomfortable. I mean, literally, Tom and Jerry mammy. That was the first thing that popped into my head.
Had my uncle die from it too.
It's just insulting. I mean, if they want to make Hephaestus...
Sura, I already did. I said it looks like she's in blackface, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right. If they want to put Hephaestus in a wheelchair, fine. He was lame in one leg. It fits the mythology. They're really good about fitting the mythology. Whatever. But give him a muscular body. Give him like stupidly huge upper arms. Make his leg kind of weak, or something like that, right? Disability pride, right? Make him look good. Him looking like he's a diabetic does not make him look good. Now, it looks like I had a lot of fun.
You said it, Pratan! And this can happen again if we want to. And we want to! Only in a different
Bird 203.
place.
Why make him
Right
look like he
now,
ate too much? This
you've
is not
gotta
good in my
keep
book.
moving.
And the worst part, I dare you to say it anywhere. You will get ratioed to hell and back. Because it's not inclusive or some fucking thing. That is the part that absolutely pisses me off the most. The fact that we're not even allowed to discuss this shit. We can't tell Supergiant Games, hey, this is insulting to disabled people who are in wheelchairs. Any more than black people can say, hey, Hestia's depiction is offensive as fuck. It's the disregarding and the silencing that pisses me right off.
This is the Night Watchman's booth. The name on the door reads...
Bird 203,
René
I agree.
Arnaud.
Let's see what the Night Watchman keeps in here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. Looks like the inhabitant is rather pedantic when it comes to order.
Take the picture.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man is young, dark-skinned, and dressed in a Royal Carabinieri uniform. The girl is smiling playfully at the camera. The young man looks happy as well. He's about to smile. Right after this moment, frozen in time. You're sure of that.
All around you, great machines and the essence. White pine trees are printed on the screen covering. It looks like a forest under snow. Damn, we're going on a journey. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Bird 203, Max, there's other issues too. The way companies run stuff, they do not put heart and soul in it anymore. They need to look at it from the end user perspective, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they need to do. Well, my whole thing about the accessibility thing, and the thing that kind of pisses me off too, okay, say you make an indie game. Say you really want it to be accessible. And say you're really fucking greedy. You make the game accessible, and then you give codes out to a bunch of disabled people, like streamers and stuff, VTubers, what have you, and you get the game out there. This game is so accessible. This game is so accessible. Look at how much these devs care. This game is so accessible. All of that good word of mouth means that the next game they make, they've got a fucking ready-made player base, and all they had to do was make the game accessible. Not out of any degree of compassion. They don't need compassion. It's nice, but it's not necessary, right? Hey, thanks for the follow.
Marcus Lux 588. Hello, mate. Your gameplay is amazing. Your skills are impressive, and I'm captivated. Let's chat on Discord about streaming and Epic.
Well, hon, you wanted to mute, or you wanted to ban one of them. Go for it.
Let's create unforgettable gaming memories. Video game.
God damn. Anyway, there we go. The wife was upset that she never gets to ban them. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying. I lost my train of thought. Anyway, right. I remember.
No spammer fucks.
Yeah, I remember where I was. All they'd have to do is use the good PR and use the inbuilt marketing of this game is accessible without sacrificing anything. And they'd make a mint. Not the first game, but the second game, and the third game, and the fourth game.
The end user perspective is what makes the games without people. What good is the game, right?
Yes, exactly. All these people bitching about diversity, equity, and inclusion, they don't even play games. All they do is bitch. And these consultancy firms... Okay, I have an inbuilt issue with consultancy firms. Because if you really want... Okay, let's say you're black and you really want a black character in your game, or in a game because more representation.
Bird 203, I can tell.
Yeah. If you really want a black character in the game and you're really willing to reach out to the devs for
Most
it...
of them aren't made of people who need representing.
Yeah, right. But let's just say, right, for the sake of argument, black person wants to be black in game. Wouldn't you do that for free just to get it in the game? Wouldn't you care that much about getting your representation in the game that you wouldn't take a paycheck? That you would be kind of insulted if you had to get a paycheck to get it done? Like, I'd be kind of insulted because, like, you know, that's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this to get it in the game. I'm not doing this to earn a paycheck. That's why I've never asked for a paycheck, personally. Not because I don't want the money. I really fucking want the money. But I really, really fucking want the options in the game. Right? I don't know. This is probably just more me being idealistic.
Bird 203,
Control panel
yes.
with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Kim's gonna be so bummed he missed this.
And, with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container.
What's inside the container?
Who can say?
Bird
All you know
203,
is
Max, I would love to see you
it's
make a game
special.
studio Max Swim Fun Maxim and story.
Yeah, right. I'll tell you one thing for fucking sure, the game would be accessible whatever I made. The only
Bird
problem...
203, yes.
The only problem is I don't have good ideas for, like, creation and stuff. I can come up with ideas for accessibility stuff, but when it comes to actually making a story and a world and all that stuff, I'm not the best. But if a game company were to bring me on, I'd make the goddamn game as accessible as I could. I mean, you haven't seen me, but I throw every idea at the wall. Because one thing I've learned, when I started early on, I didn't...
Julia_Sura, that's why you married me, honey. I can create for both of us.
Ha! Now we just need programmers. I used to not do the outlandish ideas because I thought they wouldn't work, but I learned in a couple of games where the outlandish ideas ended up being really easy, and the quote-unquote easy ideas ended up being fucking impossible due to the engine. So now I just throw every idea at the wall.
Julia_Sura, Derek and Brendan. We've got a game company in the making in our house.
Yeah, but we're
Before you
old.
stands a cargo container. Just one of many in the yard.
Hey there, sugar.
The container door appears unmoved by your attempt at flattery. A tough nut to crack for sure, but the strongest containers often have the softest hearts.
You're a fine piece of engineering, do you know that?
The door does not respond to your advances. Is it possible that it seems somehow more closed than before? Why does this situation feel so familiar? Do you have a
Julia_Sura, just don't let the door screw you like the one in Did Got Our Dear Bart.
Knock on the
No
door.
reply. The
Julia
knock
_Sura,
produces a hollow
DND.
ring of metal.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container. You attempt to turn the handle.
Bird
to no
203,
avail.
Max, you reminded me of the
The
Microsoft
doors
programmer that has
seem to
autism
be
and he helped create
mechanically
Windows 95 to do Count Us Out right.
Nice.
Despite the dirt that
nice.
surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello, is anyone in there?
The door stands silent. Try again.
If there's someone in there, I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
Well!
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him.
Bird 203,
You
Max, you
cannot
probably
make
could create a
out
book How to Be a
any
Good Gamer
of
and
his
Game Creator too.
details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital.
my big thing with the accessibility stuff is I don't want to change the developer's vision. Like, for example, in Hades 1, you could bat away projectiles with your weapon. In Hades 2, you can't. Now, that might be an oversight, but it might not be. It might be the devs not wanting people to be able to do that. And the guy, one of the people I was talking to was like, yeah, you know, it kind of sucks that they can't do that. That'd be the only thing I would change. And it's like, yeah, that's true, but I don't want to change it. The way to fix that, to make it accessible to the blind, is you add a hum or tone or some sound to the projectiles so that when they're coming at you, you can hear where they're coming from, left or right. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's a fuck of a lot better than getting hurt and not knowing how.
The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Squint.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here.
Oh, I was out in the sun for too
They
long.
are suspended, distorted, and echo in the general stillness. Only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Hello?
Welcome.
Bird 203,
Come
why
in,
Max Sunburn?
Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
I had to walk Chip a bunch, and I went for a lap on my own because Chip fucking dead-weighted on me. He bugs me to go for a fucking walk. I take him for a walk, and then he fucking pussies out halfway through. And so I have to pick him up and carry him home.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, good sir?
Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I
Oh,
don't
that's a
think
head
that
fuck.
I go outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
I'm a detective.
Pleasure to meet you. Public service is a noble cause.
How did you become so
Bird
rich?
203, oh boy dogs I walked before they just wanted to smell the mailboxes and yard run and do it there but him what breed is he?
Who herself
Pitbull.
was an extremely high net worth individual back in Grad. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
And blow. Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations.
Bird 203,
to do
this
that.
auto is good.
But all right.
Right? Okay, so the final cut, they added voice acting. This wasn't in the original game. What's it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work.
Bird 203,
You got to
it makes it
work
better.
hard because everything
I agree.
is so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
Don't you think you should use your great wealth for the glory of your fatherland?
Which one? The Reva Show, where I nominally reside, or Gra, where my father immigrated from, or Ildekashebro, where I've registered my shell companies.
Probably Grad in that case.
Listen, if capital and nationalism went hand in hand, there'd be no need to ask the question.
Reminder, we're being bad people.
States are akin to boulders in a river, slowing the free flow of ideas. Given enough time, the water will wear those boulders down.
Man, being a high net worth individual sounds great.
It is truly. It's almost entirely carefree. It really leaves you time to better yourself spiritually.
Hey.
Bird
all this
203,
talk
but
about
THRE
money has
taxes, oh
made
boy.
you lose the
Oh yeah.
What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
You're a rich investor, right? Can I have some money?
Sure. Let me check my pockets. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think they only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
Come on, man. He's got to have more than that. See if you can score a little more of that lucre.
It gets me almost nothing.
That's the idea, my friend. You've got to work for the rest. Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that
Bird
sound?
203, Max, this
is
kinda
a
sounds fun too.
proposal, not a question. These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
Ooh.
Bird 203, oh boy.
We can choose. Present a sound investment plan or present an investment plan that's sure to fail. Anyway, there's something strange about you.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know how to put it. You look different.
Are you talking about my chin?
No, I mean, I can't even see you. It's as if something is happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course.
Of
It has
course.
something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
So what's our coefficient?
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998, repeating. That's not good for you.
Are you telling me that you're so rich that light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Really?
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think.
Wouldn't say it's exactly safe now, but financially secure individuals.
Yulia
are
_ Sura.
known
Oh,
adrenaline
speaking of sunburns,
junkies.
honey, I felt the tingling in my skin while I was at the pharmacy today. Drive through, so, yeah, I think I'll be making time this summer to get some darkening in on the skin. I'm feeling awfully pasty after the winter.
Yay!
Bird 203, this game is so funny.
Oh no, this game is fucking dark. But if you can get it on sale, I definitely recommend it. It's definitely been worth the money for me.
By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we?
Bird 203, well, I love dark humor.
Well, you're gonna
In the
love this.
very early days of colonizing this archipelago, the kingdom of Surens, a precursor of a modern Sur-le-Clay, used to own the city of Revachol, an obscure detail in the bigger
Yulia
picture,
_ Sura, this
but
game is messed
still
up. I literally had to turn him down really low for part of it because it squicked me out so badly.
I made sure to let her know that we dealt with the body. We're in Revachol, formerly a colony of the kingdom of Surez.
Ah, a fellow history buff. I myself am currently reading up on Franco-Nigerian era trains. Very interesting stuff. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
So you travel from place to place via shipping container?
Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
Those things all sound pretty nice.
Don't get me wrong. They're nice things. But once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become much more important than material goods.
You know, it's weird. This exact conversation happened in Yakuza 0. I'll get back to that eventually. The Yakuza games.
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals such as yourself. For example, no
Bird 203.
problems
Oh boy,
at
I've been
all.
watching them.
Well, if you've gotten to the part where you run into the rich guys, they say basically the same thing. Oh, so you're saying being rich isn't worth the hassle?
What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
Deploying high concept buzzword generator. All systems functional. Ready to engage in 3, 2, 1. It's time to disrupt the future. You've got to stay lean, innovative,
Bird
and
203.
focused
I got to
on
the part
what
where the rich guy
matters
dies.
Most. The children.
Wait, you got to the part... What? Rich guy. Oh! The guy that Kiryu got the money from, yeah. You should invest in a youth center.
A youth center, huh? What kind of youth center?
A place to train buff kids. A place to teach them practical skills like teamwork and self-discipline. Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
One dedicated to instilling liberal economic values in children from low net worth families.
Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future?
Yes, and if it doesn't work out, we can always repurpose the center as a shopping mall or private equity
Bird
firm.
203. Yet in the AI says, where do I take the body to, sir?
It opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
Highly educated, work-ready human capital ready to be directed towards any number of your vast interests.
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now. Good work.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities.
I know.
I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules?
See, he knows what it's about.
Here's the round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
Cha-ching! What'll it be? Speed? Vodka? Cigarettes?
Buddy, I got all of those.
Ratan, now's your chance to take some time off. Spend it with your good buddy and get absolutely wrecked in the process.
Drugs do go well with money. I agree.
Nothing less than total annihilation will suffice.
Hello, darkness.
Yes. Now you're displaying it. The eccentricity that becomes a wealthy individual.
Thank you for placing your unwavering trust in me.
Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment. And I expect to see returns.
Thank you for your time.
Why go so soon? I feel we've so much more to talk about. Well, until next time.
Aces low. For the rest of the world, the Aces Low is just some cool Revachol thing, politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket, just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades. And those cargo pants look like they could fit tools for hot fixing your burning aerostatic. You should ask him about this.
But he hates us. Well, anyway. Falsen means well-fjord Arden. My question is, why do we know that? And how do we know that? I'm so full of questions. The shipyard ahead is oddly quiet. The great machines are sleeping. Pile of cargo belts used for heavy lifting. One says vermilion. Speaker tower is silent. There is no work to organize in the yard below. industrial-sized thermos. Smells like burnt coffee.
Bird 203. Max, what you think of working in a real shipyard? Sound fun, Pee-me.
I'm not allowed to work, so... Banner sags under the weight of rain and snow. White waves on red.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Hi.
Everard, he looks after everyone.
Bird 203. I can't contain
Well,
myself.
Hey there, how can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
The main narrator guy that they got is a jazz musician who's never done anything like this before. He fucking nailed it.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
No?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
You're Ubi, right?
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep
Bird
and other
203.
animals.
Sound like a
and
leopard can
whatnot.
love this voice.
I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
What are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
What's going on here?
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
This looks like a massive redecorating operation.
Yes, moving from inwards to outwards. By the looks of it, soon everything will be in Union colors.
Leo, has anyone told you why you need to change the covers?
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
Oh, no, you'd never do that. What's underneath all these red covers?
Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think.
Thanks, Leo. You've been very helpful.
Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
Where is everyone? The harbor's empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one's working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
What kind of trouble did this Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
What did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
He reminds me way too much of my brother. My brother got too little oxygen in the incubator. Okay, Leo, let's hear about this fight you got into.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on
that
his
sounds
head.
familiar.
Noel never started another fight with anyone after this. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everett. I'm sure you'll be good friends. He's friends with everyone around here.
You're never getting anything useful out of him. It's good enough you found out Everard has a brother called Edgar, and he helped Leo.
You work here?
Yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way, Leonard Bellick, but everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man.
203,
but
Max, this
she's
is your
a
personality.
lady.
This Max is Max anger. This area should be called Max shipping.
Who's Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio.
Wow, that's a lot to unpack there.
But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Hold on, who's this
Yulia underscore Sura, this way to is married.
Yes, that's the biggest
Bird
question.
203, well Max Swim time talking Max Swim talking guy.
Yeah. My brother Randy has me beat. Holy shit. Okay. My brother is mentally slow. He's suffered brain damage, like lack of oxygen brain damage. And I have my accessibility stuff that I'll talk your ear off about. He has wrestling and Pokemon and NASCAR. If you need to know about a curtain jerk match from 1989, he'll remember everyone involved. It is unfucking canny. He's illiterate, but he's really canny. God damn these lungs. Hold on, who's this Miss Beaufort you mentioned?
Bird 203, well Max I love Pokemon stuff I tell ya.
Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
So, my brother knows every single Pokemon, and he's illiterate. He can't read. That takes serious intelligence, just not conventional intelligence.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this
Bird
here
203,
neighborhood.
yes.
Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50
Bird 203,
years,
well ask him what's magic carp
So
good for them.
Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
I think you're doing a great job around here, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
What's in that container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
I'm looking for the leader of the Dockworkers Union.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Patience. Deep down you have the mental power to keep listening. Not many would, but you do.
Do not interrupt Leonard.
Had an arithmetics teacher, Miss Bellows. Her real name was Miss Bellams. She was a real pretty lady, but when she got mad, all the boys liked her, if you know what I mean, mister. We used to sneak in her yard in the dark and peek through the window. One time we saw Miss Bellows with a fellow. Yes, we did, mister.
No, you fucking didn't.
Yes, we did, mister. Indeed we did. Him was a big, big fellow. Used to drive the Troika near ours' school and everything. Them was all naked too. That's all I got to say about that.
Very interesting, very interesting. Thank you for telling me the whole thing.
Thank you, mister. Almost forgot. Mr. Everett is usually in that container over there, but he already left for the day. He never stays after 10 p.m. Bye-bye now.
Oh, Christ alive. What the fuck, man?
A large table with two huge vacuum-insulated thermal coffee dispensers. Someone has forgotten a small plastic card next to the stacks of cups. Peer into a discarded coffee cup. You see nothing exceptional. It's a dirty cup, smudged brown, with old ground coffee stuck to the bottom. Slowly getting moldy.
What am I supposed to see here?
Look closer. If you squint
Yulia
your eyes
_Sura,
enough,
that you are being the complete biggest
grounds
arsehole in the game and made him
almost
that happy
seem
is
to
rather
make up
odd.
2 letters, F and K.
I also got Gart his girlfriend. So I haven't been a complete 100% asshole. Oh, and I also got Annette out of Shouting in the Snow. So he hasn't been a complete monster, but it just makes these moments of niceness all the weirder.
It's a clue.
A clue of what?
A clue about the person behind all the murders. Yes, of course. It's certainly not just an example of pareidolia, noticing patterns in noise. Worth it. It's meaningful, I swear. You just wait. I've got the case nearly busted wide open.
Great. I somehow doubt old coffee is how the police solve investigations.
You would
Bird
be
203,
correct.
Max, in my book, you're no ass, you make good points.
Oh no, I'm totally an ass. It's just... I'm an ass for a reason. There we go. I had to throw away my trash. The way I'll put it is this. I have not changed. I've always been this way. Ever since I was a kid, I was old and cranky and passionate about things. But society has changed in such a way that by me not changing at all, I have become the bad guy. I have become...
Bird 203, well, Mac, you sound so sweet to me.
I appreciate that. I think it helps if you grow up under a certain group of people. Like, I grew up with blue-collar people, miners and bikers and salt-of-the-earth type people, right? So I have adopted their verbiage and dialecticals. It just... I grew up around people who
Yulia
are
_Sura,
passionate.
he's a crabby old man, and I know it. He was yelling at kids to get off his lawn before he was old enough to go to school.
Yep. I was yelling at kids to get off my lawn before I knew how to say the words to yell
Bird
at them to
203,
get off
I
my
guess it's
lawn.
the way I grew up, just want to have fun, Max, you're so fun to be around.
I sure try to be. Even when I'm angry, I try to be fun. That's the weird thing. The VTuber thing, you're supposed to be positive and you're supposed to be, helpful and shit. I want to be positive and I want to be helpful, but God, I get so fucking angry. That stupid bullshit that doesn't really matter, but kind of matters to me. But anyway, pick up the card.
You snatch up the red plastic card. It features a black contour of a crane lifting a container. The name, Etienne Hogarth, is written in the middle. Below it, in smaller text, member of the board. It comes with a magnetic strip meant to open electronic doors.
Aha! Yes, they're made of pallets. Wow, it is weird to not see Everett sitting there. A taxidermy fish that tells time. This desk has been cleaned out for the night. A smart man doesn't leave any incriminating documents behind. Well, shit. Guess we'll go see Everett tomorrow. But hey, luckily we have this card to get out of the place in.
Bird 203, well, Max, it's because Komanis are acting single to people and rude, saying, oh well, we will get away with it too, that's why you're that way.
I think it is that I have well, for one thing, I have ridiculously high standards for myself. And I guess for other people, but mostly for myself. And I feel like the world doesn't really have high standards. I would say anymore, but lately
Bird 203, high standards is good.
Lately I've been wondering if the world has ever had high standards. It's not enough for me to just do the job. I've got to do the job the best I can. And the best I can is not necessarily professional, but it is the best I can.
Bird 203, well, look in the 90s and 80s too.
Well, yeah, that too.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall.
Radio's emitting buzzing sounds. A giant ass print on the pillow and a pattern of copy rings on the armrest. Every worker a member of the board. And at the bottom, the union logo and says Demand Democracy.
Bird 203. Well, a punch clock. Well, max punch and get it. Max swim punch. LOL.
Standard office file cabinet. The doors seem to be locked. Someone left the coffee machine on. The dark liquid in the pot looks almost sentient.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing
Bird 203.
logistical
Well, Max, what
data.
does a boxer drink? Punch, punch,
Two
get it.
kinds
LOL.
of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
Anything interesting?
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled. Doesn't look too incriminating, but still feels like a find. The drawer slides shut smoothly.
Sunseal, a trained accountant. Someone call a Ferengi. Sunseol.
Right? I got glasses. And magnesium. Neat office shades. These were stuffed away in the dock workers union office. They're perfect for scribbling down paperwork when the sun tries to get in your eye. Good for staring down suspects, too. We're doing all this stuff at 2 in the fucking morning. I wonder if we can punch out Jean-Luc. That'd be nice.
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Look! A whore!
Your body does not betray your degeneracy. That's a lie. You're in great shape. Don't say anything.
Julia underscore Sura. Ugh, this fucking pair again. Sunseal, you mean Jean-Luc Descartes?
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand.
Bird 203. Well,
in
Max,
the
I got a name for Max, Mr. Enger's
shadow
experts in
of
the world.
this
LOL,
facial
CMAX, this game's so good.
Be calm, I'm Sandwich. You are not in danger. Because you are not a threat to me. What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
Things are not as bad as they look. Sure, you have high blood pressure from metabolizing heroic quantities of ethanol, but you are robustly built. You will survive.
I can see you were once an athlete, then deteriorated in your 20s. It is typical of your haplogroup. Let's blame the failed education system and leniency towards degenerates in your homeland.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
My body is unimportant. I'm with the police and we need to interview the union boss regarding a murder investigation.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman
Sunseal, there's enough ethanol in your blood to set the blood of yours he gets on himself. On fire. Sunseol.
I don't have a problem with Al Ghul. I just drink a little on the weekends.
Your mouth moves, but the one who speaks is Al Ghul. You are but a vessel for the Ghul now. Very little of yourself remains. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Show him the ham still got it. Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
The fat racist over there. You're just like him after pumping some iron.
Look at my craniology. I am the pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah.
Sunseal, hashtag
You
Measurehead
know
said nothing
it.
wrong.
The situation is serious. Your people have probably killed a man. I need to talk to your boss.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
We could internalize Measurehead's race theory. It would enrich you rhetorically.
But I already subscribe to one race theory. Won't they conflict with each other?
The down with racism thing. That's basic race theory. This is way above that. Way.
What are those tattoos of yours supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby. He must think redheads are immigrants.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
He's a redditor.
True. That is a noble creed.
Sunseal, he's a black
But
SS
you
scientist.
got a hard noggin yourself. The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his earlobes could be small.
Are you sure? I mean, that jaw is clearly an atavistic stigmata.
That atavistic stigmata makes pussy say yes, plenty.
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
You have him off guard now. He's preoccupied with his situation with his woman.
Know anything about this mug?
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Put this in the trash lately?
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
He had nothing to do with it. Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
Isn't Everett your boss white?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden, however.
Yeah, but you still serve him. How does that factor into your life?
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital, which is something your race naivistic communists never did. Also, to serve is
Sun
noble.
Xiao, bro. He really is a Third Reich
Takes
scientist.
discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
I'm no communist.
Of course you are, Revacholian man. The failure of communism to challenge the world order is the core of your race fate. All around you, the fruits of its defeat. Individualism, rock and roll music, sexually transmitted disease.
They won't let me hit him.
Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? Degenerate youth culture? Rock and roll music?
I said I'm not a communist. I don't know who I am, but that's one thing I know.
Stop explaining yourself. No one cares about your beliefs. The conversation has moved on. Tell me, what degenerate subculture has made you dress in this shameful way?
I've gotten it from disco, actually.
Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
Okay, I'll ask. Who are the Seminoles?
The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
So you were born and raised on the islands before you moved to Revachol?
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pay.
So you did not come from the islands?
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
Ah! He is a Redditor!
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women.
So you're not really Seminoles, you're just from Revachol.
I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Revachol. The city is central
Sun
to the
Xiao, bro.
Seminoles
If these were arguments in Civilization, then Civilization would hilariously rock for winning a cultural victory.
Right?
Culture will dominate the world. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting into the harbor.
Let's go talk to Leo again about the borscht, because I'm genuinely curious. We're gonna do as much as we can before Kim shows up. Because we don't want him to fuck up our fun. The musk of oil and rust comes from the cows in front of you. It smells like blood. Bone gloves! Oh, goody, 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 goody. For ultimate performance efficiency, these Fallen Ultra Series gloves come fingerless with a grippy padding covering the palms, making these ideal for quadrupedal movement or for lifting cargo.
mister.
Sun see
I
all.
may be
Not
back
sleeping
to
also
talk
means
with
no
old
deep
Leo
conversations
here.
with your
Yes, I
primal
did.
systems.
Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
I have questions for you if it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing.
I still want to know who married him. Are you the Leo who wrote the note to make more banners?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What about the borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however.
What do you mean by taking this soup to the men? Is it for striking?
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Hold up, who makes it at the whirling?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Looks like the borscht is spiked. I'm gonna look into it.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
So I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go take Chip his cracker tax, and I'm gonna use the restroom. He has the best plans.
Well, to be fair, I think Caesar's Legion's a close second, which is literally just roll with an iron fist.
Yeah, pretty much.
And by becoming his right hand man, I'm in a place to take over
They're so solely focused on him.
So you become the...
You are the Caesar!
Yes, it's becoming the successor Caesar.
And then there's the free Vegas where you just don't give a fuck and do whatever.
That's the oldest willing values of get off my fucking lawn.
And the guy who voiced House did such a good job. Let's see here. Rue McClanahan tells Betty White a joke. That'll be interesting.
Sun Seol, the guy who voiced House, was also Odo from Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
You know, that doesn't surprise me. It says Gree, Greater Revolutionary Insulindia or Industrial Harbor. There's a mysterious pair of eerie eyes peeking through the gap between the main gates.
The spooky pair of blue eyes is peeking in from beyond the gates. The look is very intense, as if trying to burrow into your very soul. A faint, irregular breathing sound resonates through the gap, almost inaudible, but still there.
God damn, who's there?
The eyes blink rapidly. They seem to be focused on following your every move.
Hey, I asked you a question.
I heard you.
Holy shit. A disembodied voice. Have curse, void, phantasms come to haunt us for misdeeds done in the past? Don't be ridiculous. It's just a regular person. Probably a worker from the harbor.
Who are you?
From your perspective, I'm a mysterious pair of eyes.
I mean, who are you really?
None of your business. Ooh, so spooky.
Oh, you know who's got things to hide? Don't be an idiot and say it. In this day and age, of all times, it won't end well.
Are you some kind of sex pervert?
No. And even if I were, I'm not engaged in anything factually illegal. No crime here. Who do you think you are? Being disdainful and judgmental about a person's private, idiosyncratic, voyeuristic, erotic preferences anyway. Fuck shit. Goddamn pigs.
I make it my responsibility to judge and police the intimate behaviors of complete strangers.
Believe me, we know. We've got our eyes on you. Can't keep it to yourself, can you? Always creeping into the lives of others, trying to dominate their
I've
actions,
never seen this before.
even their conversation.
Exactly, that's what being a police officer is all about.
Is it now? Is it?
Sun Seol, good God. What is the leader of the Hardy Boys / the strike leader doing here?
You could fucking say that again. God, yes, the power.
Look at you, little authoritarian.
Say 10 traditionalist things.
Strong to discriminate against any disenfranchised people that get in your way.
Truly rabid traditionalist. Say 10 traditionalist things.
It's easy and comfortable to side with the ignorant, the arrogant, the condescending, isn't it? Hide away in the soft, secure existence of perceived superiority. A vapid fantasy of your mind. Well, we know what you're up to. We observe your every move. Take care and watch your back.
Yeah, you piss off, you self-righteous lecturing-ass goblin.
There is no reply. Only silence lurks in the cavernous depths of the darkness beyond.
What in the fuck was that shit? That was bizarre. The lorries stored fuel here. Now they store booze.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia. Fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you, making your eyes sting. The odor mixes with cigarette residue. The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crown with wavy rays. It is the seal of Royalist era Revachol.
What about the backseat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Foreign car, kept in good condition.
The small, wrinkled
Hello,
woman
pale
does
driver.
not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your
Grandma?
nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead. No, this one is a monster in disguise.
Ma'am, I'd like to ask some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Where am I? Who are you?
Okay, let me just take my pills.
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
I was actually hoping you could tell me that.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
What's so bad about the 50s?
The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber?
Where else would you be then?
Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is.
Who's Gabriel Buenguerro?
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and
Yay,
his
now I
jaw
won't die!
the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen. This man's got a hold over her. Even 50 years later, you can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
In all likelihood, it's a world that only ever existed in her mind.
So I take it you were in Mesk when you were young?
Someone was.
Someone? Are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
All of what? The world. The present. She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Sorry to interrupt your dreaming, ma'am.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden. While you People were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution. In Methk, it was a golden age.
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petrostate, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
Right, I have other questions. Police questions.
Why not, Harry? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
What are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Really?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Okay, but what are you really hauling?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't know what you're hauling?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Wait, you get high off driving a lorry?
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Harife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark. A sleep kick. Perhaps you can find out later.
What if the cargo is contraband?
Then it's contraband, Lowman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand? Hermenegildos' bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
I still don't really understand the whole Boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
A boyadero, boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. He is a rugged individualist and explorer.
Okay, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
I'm guessing that doesn't happen.
Of course not. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she
Bird
pleads
203.
with him
Oh boy.
to give up his riding and settle down.
They really got good voice actors.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
I think I see where this is going.
So the boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magritte. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
A beautiful song.
The most beautiful. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Show me the soles of your boots.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff?
It's for important police business, ma'am.
I'm starting to think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather.
Now the other one, please.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
Moreover, the boots were size 37, tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence Franco Negro, which happened 500 years ago.
What do you mean it was the coronation of Franco Negro?
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Ryle. The crowd had gone silent. Perhaps it was another Herife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions. Or perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember.
As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines.
These are not the boots I was looking for.
The feet of a little girl. They fit well on the pedals.
Before I came, you seemed away.
What do you mean?
You were in a dream, inactive, turned off.
Yes? What about it?
Should you drive a lorry if you get like that?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best communers around. I drive routes no one else will.
What routes?
Lomonosov's Land, Udajnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly.
I'm something of an expert in blacking out. You should take better care of yourself.
You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say? Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Two bottles of speed? Jesus Christ. Ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Who is this?
A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane."
What in the fuck? I got an email. Oh, from Twitch. Telling me that's spammer. Let's see here. Alright.
Not a good track record of mental health in that family. As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece.
What do I see?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
In what way?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How did he manage to blow through the entire national treasury?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
The man certainly knew how to live.
I'd love to sleep on gold hustler style. The king is the king and he can do anything.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
What now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. And purple. Philippian cocaine was purple.
That is a lot to process.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
Okay, what is nose candy?
Cocaine.
Oh, I thought he'd say something about that. Okay, where is he buried now?
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. A group of marble pleurons still surround the king's vandalized tomb. A deathly cold wind sweeps up candy wrappers and old newspapers.
What happened to the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution. when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the Communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Who restored the monument?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
That's brilliant. It's funny and nihilistic.
People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Those critics might have it wrong though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
That was a nice story. A bold sign, Humanox. Goods from the lorry haphazardly litter the streets. Man, everybody went home. Some tectonic forces cracked the pavement like an eggshell. An ancient fountain. It doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. Tire tracks onto the roof. The slush and rain have washed them off. Water lock out of order until Wednesday. Butter sign down.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order.
What is Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle. These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags. Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour. The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently, within the past 72 hours. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
What's the model of this phantom vehicle?
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22.
Why the 40?
It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, cops, strippers dressed as cops, undressed strippers.
Wait. Somebody's getting a bit off topic. Why the Linea G22?
Very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most to survive that jump. The Linea G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long. You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
I wonder what all that could mean. Cough, cough. Plastic wrap. Humanitarian aid. Humanitarian aid. Food gift from the people of Messina. Hot air rises from the sewer. Footfall within, not human. Only a dog and no more. This says speakers from the people of Samara. Well, hello, Roy. Some kind of machine, an antique cash register? In the dark, a film projector is whirring away. Bust of a woman. Plaque simply says Dell.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back.
Win her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy.
Okay.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says, Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Shopkeep, this Stereo 8 approved machine here
is the Harman Welsh W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
All the old boomboxes are there, blinking and waiting to whirl. A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. Street lights like this one were part of a renovation effort a few decades back. Sadly, the effort was abandoned before it was completed, and so these lights still illuminate crumbling streets.
How much for the street light?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
700 sounds about right. I imagine it was an easy song off that street lamp.
Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy and sell something so extraordinary. Excellent choice. I'm almost sad to part with it.
But how am I going to take it with me?
It is quite heavy. You're going to need a truck.
But I don't have a truck.
That's all right. I can keep it here for you until you find one.
Thanks.
It's no problem. Come back any time to look at it. It's your sort of streetlight now.
Lol. Military wear, with a few eccentric fashions thrown in.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, The print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal burning. Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
That's a rad man from Helmdall shirt you've got there.
Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar.
You must be a serious... we have a lot in common. I'm a big fan of the man from Helmdall, too.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that I'm a fan, but I do think the Hjelmdalaman saga is an integral part of our shared reality. Most people don't think that the man from Hjelmdal really existed, but they're wrong.
What did you mean he was real?
I mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Reality has a way of bending back on itself.
Exactly. Cause and effect work in both directions. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
It's for the best, because Hjelmdal is not a real place, and thus he could not have gone there. His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting. Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say. Stop talking about this nerd stuff. It will make you weedy. Buy the damn shirt already. It's powerful.
2 real.
That's very cheap for a printed t-shirt that's still in pretty good shape.
That's unusually cheap, isn't it?
It should belong to anyone who is ready to wear it.
Couldn't you just give it to me for free?
But why?
The man from Helmdall is a superstar. I'm a superstar. It'd be perfect.
I suppose that makes sense, yes. Please go ahead and
Can't believe that worked.
Welcome to Hjelmdal.
Well, now I have to try it on. I'm too old for this shirt. There we go.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Quite the collection indeed.
It keeps me entertained.
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling. Some kind of drug, maybe. Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what? Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward? Lucky bastard. He's probably on Parolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
Parolidon, what's that?
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
So where does a man get Parolidon these days?
How would I know?
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
Say what's with the triangle on your vest?
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster. Had to take Perolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
The People's Pile, what's that?
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you, too.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance.
What is a particle decay generator?
A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile.
Why is it called the People's Pile?
Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it after the Commune fell. They wanted a cheap source of energy for Revachol West. Needless to say, things didn't work out.
Why did it fail?
An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and lack of finances contributed
the People's
to
Pile sounds like a homemade RTG.
You know what's interesting, son? It's not that I didn't send you Mother's Day gifts because you're not my mom. I didn't send you Mother's Day gifts because I didn't know it was Mother's Day. I only just now figured out it was Mother's Day because I saw your post on Twitter. Oh, lordy. Well, I already got you a game, so you can play Halls of Torment. Tell me more about this emergency relief brigade.
Don't fret, you already sent me a game.
You were part of it. Ah, we had the same thought.
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain
Yulia
the
_Sura,
spill.
Chippy is the bestiest of bestest boys. He earned a piece of chicken jerky from Redneck next door, which I've split into 2 pieces, saving the large one for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, Redneck loves, Chip loves that jerky. Redneck gave him a piece yesterday. How was Ray? Has she finally started calming down a little? Because I know with Chip, she'll do the initial, jump up and be happy and all that shit, and then she'll just kind of calm down. She's pretty used to him.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood. Tough son of a gun, this one. Respect.
I lived
Yulia
by the river
_Sura,
since
didn't see
I
her.
was a
She was
small
all worn out
boy.
from their Mother's Day trip.
The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
Must have been tough, radioactive cleanup.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened. And why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment. And early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it that the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
That's the biggest nightmare fuel of it all. Is just reality ensues. How did you end up running a pawn shop?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forberg as I can. Still in the same city, but I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Care to share your Perolidon with me?
Have you tried it before?
It's almost like he's worried for you.
I think I've tried it once and liked it.
Here you go, man.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained Parolidon. Straight into your gut. Not so sure about this.
Thanks, man.
Of course.
Boombox I bought, I should play this tape, right?
Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. It all starts with the tape.
Do you know anything about the traffic menace on the loose?
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive.
But didn't you hear it when the traffic menace drove over your roof?
Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop, and then moving on.
Yet another sign the end is nigh. It must be destiny that brought me here. Tell me about this vortex.
The end? I don't know about that. Seemed more like a sign of a large-scale transformation. Shook the entire shack.
The vortex is going to become much bigger. It is an integral part of how it all ends.
An end implies a stable state, whereas we can see from experience that everything is in fact always transforming. Thus, there can be no end.
But that is merely our meager sense experience. There are dark forces at work now that we cannot even envision, much less see.
The dark always has its counterbalance in light. Neither will prevail. The cycle will continue.
You might be able to aid my investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
By the way, do you have any guns?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
What? Sold? This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh, God.
Wait, I sold you my gun?
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off-the-charts photon emissions, the unhealthy kind.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
I feel like there's something you're not telling me.
You weren't quiet yourself, officer.
What was I like?
You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
You sucked on a gun? Good. Very normal. Very normal behavior. You must have been in great shape.
I really should have killed myself. Maybe I will one of these days.
The light swirls in his face and glasses. He doesn't know what to say.
Was the buyer a policeman too?
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
He must be one of my adoring fans, just wanted to feel closer to me, you know?
Sure, man.
He's doubtful, but doesn't see the point in contradicting a notion that is so dear to you.
Any idea where I can find the buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
At least I know how I lost my gun. Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
At some point, I've got like 4 or 5 books I need to read. Let's see if Joyce is out. She should be, but you never know. Spirited chirps and clicks of swallows fill the air. Bullet holes line the wall. You hear the distraught call of seabirds. Hey, there's Joyce.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good morning, officer. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbor. You must be from the RCM.
What does the L stand for?
Dayton, my maiden name. I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel, there is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
What, do you know anything about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos?
Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
What can you tell me about the lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
Worry lines crease her forehead, but it's more than worry. In her eyes, a hint of, is that guilt?
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your name and badge number.
Thing is, I don't have a badge at the moment.
What happened to it, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events. 'Twas stolen by some artist, surely. Best to pin the blame on them. Everyone knows you can't trust artists.
Why should I blame it on an artist?
Everyone knows you can't trust artists. They're nearly as bad as clowns.
Some artist type stole my badge. It was a mistake to trust them.
You mean someone stole your badge?
They said it was for a performance. You know how artists are these days.
I don't, in fact. I'm afraid what I need to tell you is wholly unrelated to art. I really need to discuss it, however, with the RCM, and I need your badge for that.
Unbelievable, sire. Even the performance artists didn't work.
I've recently suffered an unusual medical episode, and I lost badge related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, the city, nothing.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition. However, this isn't about my feelings. There's also protocol to consider. I'm afraid I can't say any more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
What kind of arrangement would it be?
I mean, favors for favors. A dirty alliance of some sort. Consider this. Perhaps she has been planning it all along. That you convince yourself into colluding with her. Perhaps she even knew beforehand of your affliction. A sudden pinch of paranoia comes over you. Easy. Just offer her a favor. Like I said, nice and dirty.
Surely there's some other way to demonstrate my law enforcement credentials.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be
Who's
able to
Frank?
justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
She wants you to help her gain leverage to restart negotiations with the Union.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Okay.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B
Yulia
to
_ Sarah.
smuggle raw
Why does Logic's face look
ingredients
so
from the
freakish?
Samar and Isola
They all
into
look
Revachol
freakish.
with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
See, they're all terrifying. What kind of ingredients are we talking about here?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Shit, yeah, baby. It's the party pipeline. Why would you want to shut that down?
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
You want me to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
The lorries.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
Damn it, I want to play Hades so much.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them. You'll be indebted to her, in a way, but one step ahead of the Union in another.
We already have suspicions that one of the drivers was present at the lynching.
The two might even be connected.
Okay.
Yes?
I'll look into it.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I suspect the traffic jam won't disperse for a few more days. You should have the time you need.
If possible, hon, I would like to be able to play this for most of tomorrow so that I can get it done, because I really, really want to do Hades 2 on a day where I know I can really dig into it properly. Plus, I know you'll want to be home because I know you'll want to hear the new story, right?
In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
A waft of flowers and caramel reaches you where you're standing.
Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. She enjoys talking about the company. It would not hurt to inquire more.
Who are the other Indo tribes?
Son Baptiste, LUM, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
How much money does the Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Wow.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all those billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
It probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed, or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does such a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? Who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% of all cargo in the world? That's quite the endeavor indeed.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
Wild Pines, Feld, Capri, Tricentennial, Villiers, and La Salle. Names of Revachelian Indo tribes spring into your head. Set loose at the mention of Wild Pines, royal monopolies, octopuses, and swordfish. Most of them gone now. YBP, Expanders, Saint Baptiste, Brightest Star, Loom, Resplendent, East Insulindic, Velter, and El Cassette. But isn't one missing? Wait, no, there were only 14. Then why do you feel like there was a 15th Indo tribe?
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to know trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade and Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
The octopus that straddles Revachon. The Emergencies Act is the cornerstone of post-war Revachon, inseparable from the world it created.
An octopus, I will slay it.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own. I'm afraid the Emergencies Act was put in place by the same coalition government that leases the RCM the right to police East Revachol.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words. Did someone say shooting yourself in the foot?
You would be surprised at the amount of damage I can inflict upon myself.
I imagine a man like you can take quite the lashing. But I believe we are talking about the strike.
What is your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
No way. She's more. She can make decisions.
How long are these talks, or how are these talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Oh, my back.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, you mean Measurehead?
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
So the strike is connected to the lynching?
Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later.
She's resolute in this, yet you sense that she wants to tell you. You'll have to earn her trust first.
How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
How long have you been here?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I preferred to do these things on site, like the RCM. I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
What happened?
The union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
What happened to Mr. Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Cool.
Yes. Extremely. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Over-aggressive commie posturing.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
Most of them probably don't even know what it means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
An opening gambit, surely.
Workers can't be king. The king is king.
That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start.
Sounds like an opening gambit.
So I hoped. But this type of opening is usually followed by a more reasonable offer. I've yet to hear one. Just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Scabs at the gate. Did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
Let's call them strikebreakers. You put them there, right?
If these strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Tell me about Mr. Clare.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance literally.
That's not what you really think, right?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
You sound like you're about to take a rapier to him.
Oh, heavens no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin.
Is he that bad?
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
I remember hearing something about this Edgar.
Have you seen him?
No.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the work union itself?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
Socialist mob?
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
One more thing. You said something happened in the election?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
What was her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the union's files.
Some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him. Of course. How else can I help?
You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
This reality?
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case. The aim is to gain a deeper understanding.
I'm conducting a personal investigation into the world I find myself in.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
Aren't all philosophers detectives?
Why not? I've heard the analogy made by a blindingly modern school of philosophy called Carpari. It may not be as far-fetched as it sounds.
I hope my inquiry into the nature of reality will ultimately converge with our murder investigation, the two halves of the same case.
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead. Ask.
Alright, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
What's Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. North of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Tell me more about Martinez.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders.
Oh, Tiffy's doing ASMR. Ugh. And I got a comment.
Yulia _ Sura, you. I still don't understand ASMR, and I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, it makes my skin crawl. Just being that close to the fucking mic, just ugh.
A brief spike of longing in her upright body. The dots under her eyelids shake.
This place used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
You were here as a teenager?
Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. The boys certainly did not.
There's a spark in the air, a live wire hanging in the wind, in your hungover neocortex. Then the sea air cools it down.
You mentioned sea. What sea is this?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
For this stupid motherfucker. Oh, these stupid motherfuckers, I should say. It's early access, and Supergiant have been really good about accessibility in the past. No, they haven't. So I imagine as things are more finalized and there's less placeholder content, they'll add in more accessibility options. Man, you need to chill out. The game's been in early access for less than 2 weeks. They still have placeholder art for half the characters and all the items. They have an entire region to finish still. Finishing the actual game is going to be higher priority than accessibility options that affect less than 1% of their player base. So before you make all these assumptions about what they will or won't do, maybe wait for them to finish the game. Honestly, it just seems to me like you're looking for a reason to be angry. This is as good as any, I suppose, but you're making a lot of assumptions based on no evidence. I said I can afford to be pessimistic considering their track record. We've shown them videos, we've shown them mods, we've shown them proof. They've liked the tweets, rarely, and haven't said word fucking one about implementing any of it. They either don't care or aren't allowed to. The latter is sad, the former is monstrous. Both would be preferable to be known up front instead of the silence we've gotten since Hades 1. Dumb motherfucker.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the Blue Immensities.
God damn this thing. There we go.
Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
What's the name of this island?
Caillou. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
Okay, that's Martinez. What's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of a city?
The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
What makes Revachol great?
History, detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Who built the city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
When was it built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest.
God damn it. Stupid thing. There we go.
By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So we're pretty much at the center of the world.
Oh, we're quite a way off. About
A sparkle of lights on a nighttime horizon, reflected in the dark sea.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Where are we?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
Jamais vu. Revachol Special Administration Legion. Caillou. The Insulindian Ocean. Coalition Government. Insulindian Mission Command. Name after name, and none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something is wrong. You feel like a kid looking at stickers on the fridge. Truvant, the Ipca Company. World Games 34. You can almost see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch at the corners. See if they peel loose. This feels like the most important of all thoughts, the one you truly must complete.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
You've got a predatory streak.
All men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. It's all a matter of where you get to file your teeth.
What's the big time?
The revolution.
Ha, what is this revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They
Julia
shot them
_
well.
Sura, if only.
So well, one forgets they even existed.
She likes the totality of it.
You could say they got totally shot in the head.
Indeed. They piled them in mass graves in Ozon. And, well, that's the last anyone heard of those people.
Did the communists and anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Truly a kerfuffle.
Yes. The Insulindian deluge, they call it.
Anyone else get shot in the head?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
I loved that king. Fucking communists.
Which one? Actually, it doesn't matter. King Guillaume has always been my favorite. He could smell a PR disaster brewing. So he got out alive, and his nephew, Fricelle, got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
And by liberals, you mean?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
But you just said the liberals took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world. These guys are strong.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
I don't think I'm a moralist, ma'am.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
Rooty tooty, pointy shooty.
That's the way of history.
When was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
What did this Saroth do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Wow, really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
A pandemic, huh?
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Our lives are very different from each other.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
Hang on, I gotta write this. I'll read it off in a quick second. I just need to grab another video for these assholes. Alright, so somebody said accessibility features in games is great and it's commendable you're going to bat for people of varying ability levels to be able to enjoy the game. I think the attitude and tone that you're using here is not entirely helpful, and instead comes across as antagonistic, accusatory, and in bad faith. I get it. You're loud and proud and results-oriented, and that by raising a stink by implying the big bad dev only puts in token representation for DEI points, you'll spur them to cater to your very valid and reasonable feature requests out of fear of bad press. It's an ugly way to try to achieve something positive and wholesome. I would encourage you to try to find constructive ways to advocate for those causes that don't involve casting aspersions on people who are clearly trying their best to make a good game that many people possible can enjoy. Supergiant doesn't strike me as a developer who only cares about this stuff in a performative fashion, even if Hades 1 didn't include all the features that were ended up successfully modded in. I said I gave being nice up when it didn't produce results. Specifically, I do not like being lied to, and unfortunately it has soured me on a lot of different people. This recent SBI, DEI, BlackRock debacle hasn't helped. I'm the yang to their yin, the very foul-mouthed, angry yang to their insidious, greedy yin. Let me put it this way. My passion flows both ways. Say they get this. Say they don't immediately shit their pants in fear. Say they contact myself and a bunch of us disabled folks and get Hades 2, cripple ready and approved. I will make the happiest, most passionate video going rank and file to what dev added which feature advised by whom of us. Hell, my dream, which I put half my arm on the line for, is to help a dev team make their full, complex game blind playable without the use of mods. I got so close with Serial and Ultimate. I am an asshole, an ex-con, and a brusque Billy Big Balls. I am not of this time, and I'm fine with that. I will be the bad man. But I won't stop trying to get more games into more disabled people's brains through hands, eyes, ears, or whatever they can use, and I'll by God do it without sacrificing developers' vision for their game. No easy mode Elden Ring here. I am a gamer first. This video goes over it, and then I link to the rant video that I did about Sweet Baby Inc. and all that crap. So, I'm gonna make these motherfuckers understand.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated Silk Mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The Zone of Control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the Suzerain and the Commune.
What happened to the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-easlary communication.
Julia_Sura. How Max Anger got his spike back.
Radiation, coloured plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Wait, you're saying it's been like this for 43 years?
Time flies.
What have we been doing in all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Then you happened. Your youth in the 30s. All that untaxed income must have fueled the new. That can only mean one thing.
That's when they discovered disco.
Yes. And quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the Zone of Control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
You don't seem to be thrilled.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova, this raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just... we could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we played it right.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
No, her first.
I asked you, who are you in all this?
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Here's some wisdom, lady. Say the death thing.
I would have killed more. 400 million if that's what it took.
The cold runs down your spine as you say the words, like a small electric charge that seeks grounding.
I see. A tenth of humanity. The key of history is in the lock. Keep turning at any cost.
Until the middle class, the gentry, and the workers are all gone and the age of man is over.
The wind stops, and for a moment,
I am a cop of the apocalypse.
the cold dissipates into your parietal lobe like a dissolved bullet. All is quiet on the Martinez Inlet. A dog barks. A gunshot echoes off the walls of some distant building. A woman's voice.
The age of man is over.
Over? That's entropolism, the very height of late modernity. Evacuate this world. You may prove a truly modern man yet.
She is not at all fazed by your genocidal saber rattling. A counter-argument, but still, your historic mass murderer fantasies have only endeared you to this person.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
I want to know who you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine. It's sharp.
Cool, I liberate pretty hard myself.
No, not like me. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp who pushed the king under a shitwagon and betrayed the revolution. Are you liberated enough to offer up your home on a plate for financial colonists? No, I think not. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
I forgive you.
I do hope so. I do hope we're able to remain collegial despite it all. Tell me, when you look in the mirror, do you not see a monster staring back at you? When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
An appropriate warning to those who'd cross the line and pull the city into madness once more. While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
You're a patriot.
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
You're a smart woman.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
So am I.
A smart boy getting smarter. One basic term of reality at a time.
You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez? Yes, he lost his mind. Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. Don't worry, ML. He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
The Ravishal Citizens Militia.
Preciso mundo.
Good, and what is the RCM?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, detective.
You said de facto.
Yes. That means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
I just need to... fuck it. I just need to send this to... Oh, I already sent it to him. Did I already send it to him? Yes, I did. Cool. Fucking going... I'm going past myself. Jesus Christ. Fuck off, you. What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
So I'm basically a thrall to the foreign interests?
There's nothing basic about your role, detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent, provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the International Zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you. So permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
What is this?
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Am I really that awkward?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
I mean, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot or 2.
What is Rue Saint-Ghislain 33A?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
From a dilapidated balcony, a young girl in odd clothes gives Joyce the evil eye and a red paintbrush to her throat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
What is that?
The girl in the old lady rags?
Yes.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
I understand everything. Make it more complicated.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead.
Oh god, that is a prescient phrase. Considering what happened to Zaum. Oh, that is just too funny.
All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
I think I may be part of an infoculture.
And what would that be?
Disco.
I can see that, yes. I dabbled in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. I assure you, it was a thoroughly supracultural phenomenon. All permeating. Downright mandatory. Nothing infra about disco, baby.
Your disco?
Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me.
The new?
The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now...
Sounds fun. I can't remember a single thing.
Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there?
Wait, him? I was just thinking about that guy. Whatever happened to him?
Ah, yes. This is not very central to reality, is it?
I still want to know.
I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease.
Which one?
All of them.
So you're saying you didn't vanish in a puff of stardust?
I'm afraid no. But then again, one can't be entirely sure. It's all part of his mystique. Ask someone else and you may get a more champagne-colored take. Anyway, what other basic facets of reality should we discuss?
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
It must be. This is the greatest and the kindest arrangement the atoms had in them. A frisson lifts the hair on the back of your arm. Wind sweeps the surface of the bay.
Wind sweeping the waters.
The world is a suzerainty of Revachol.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I don't think I've got the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Inside sideways? What shape is the world?
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
Dark grey corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, But if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
Oh my god, what the hell are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
The Pale, and what do you mean Corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Fractured Corona doesn't feel like it's going to bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Well, if you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides.
What is Pale?
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality. It is the opposite of reality.
Okay, but what is it? A definition.
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
Okay, what's an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
An Insulinde is...
an oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
What is the Pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being.
Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south.
The world
east
is
and west.
melting.
You are in the middle of the Isla.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
6,000 kilometers from the end of the world?
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
And there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
This is like the biggest horror game of all time, I'd say. At least in terms of big think.
There's a slippery article in there.
Is it the Pale or Pale?
Pale when it's particular, this territory of Pale. The Pale when it's pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference.
If we're surrounded by it, how do you get from place to place?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
Pale can damage the mind?
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
It's like a jaunt. It's an eternity in there.
They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
What does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger.
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia. I am a member of the Entreprenetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories. Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Do lorry drivers pass the Pale?
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says. That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
What is entreprenetic?
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
Did they cross it?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has entreprenetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
If we do not?
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much Pale is there compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment, or...?
What do you think, detective?
It's growing. There's more and more of the Pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
It's not extreme at all. I know it's going to happen.
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Off we go. you see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off we go into the wild pale yonder.
One and all. They say pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Let's return to the reality.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I sometimes sense vague shadows of past, and it's not good.
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
It's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead, the beads there, and your heavy breathing.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
This investigation will be my masterpiece, the one they remember me by, I promise.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? Of course, Detective. Take care.
Alright, and that is where we're going to end. But first we're going to take some Pyrrolidon.
Whoa. In your hand, Pyrrolidon, the double rainbow of synthetic hallucinogens, rare and gritty, a product of the age of atomic power. What a funny little cap. Don't let the scary medical warnings throw you off. It's an inadequate antidote to radiation poisoning, but a potent antidote to boredom.
Wait, radiation poisoning sounds scary.
It's not gonna give you radiation poisoning, stupid. Pyrrolidon is a perfect match for a badass junkie cop who's looking for a little heat. You need to lower the radiation levels, your stomach thinks. Slurp it. The container is warm to the touch. Or is that just the anticipation? You screw the lid open and look. A little slit on the side lets you just slurp it up. Like an oyster. Come on, slurp it.
Slurp it aggressively.
You suck a manly dose of the extremely chemical smelling liquid into your mouth. There, it seeps into your tongue. When you swallow, it's already almost all gone.
Tastes like a kiss.
It tastes like many things, all melting into one conflagration in the back of your throat. As you look around, the world slowly exists as it did before. Only now, gentle flames lick at its edges, as though it were a photo burning.
Oh God, on fire?
Not really. It's just a metaphor. The effect of that otherworldly drop of liquid is slower, more subtle than that of real flames, yet just as warm.
Will I be able to stand straight and walk?
Why not? This government-developed substance seems very non-intrusive. You could even operate heavy machinery. Fire machinery. Please don't actually operate any fire machines.
This is going to be so useful in my line of work.
Already you can tell you're going to be slurping a lot more Pyrrolidon. This stuff is going to give you insight into that little flickering light hidden in all human beings. If you can keep the vomit in, because it sort of also makes you want to throw up.
Alright. And here's where we're going to stop for the night. We will be back tomorrow. We will play more Night 1 shenanigans, reading books and that. I have been Max Anger. I hope you all enjoyed this, and I will see you all next time.